Welcome back to Workers and Resources. We're back in our republic, in VOD, our third city in Siberia. I took out the name, the date from the stream title because, well, we're in 2023, so 1930 early start might get people confused. But we're still sticking with mostly early start items. And we're slowly building up the city. Last time we got our mechanical component factory finally running. We don't have to import those anymore, and we can export the excess. Even got a warehouse for it. It is being exported to the west, and we're paying our crop imports with those. Eventually we might get some vehicle licenses. We're building up the train tracks into the train depot here through the tunnels so that we can store our trains over here. And the city has slowly become larger. Started setting up the sewage handling all the way from the harbor as well. Everything is being treated. If we get a chemical plant or something of that nature, it would have its own sewage treatment plant, which is not hooked up to the city sewage, because that would otherwise probably overload it. With the sewage network hooked up, we could consider running water through the city now. Since we make our own steel, that wouldn't be expensive or anything. Would be fair game, I think. We have water production already. It just would need to be hooked up. We're also taking down our previous temporary city, which housed some workers that helped us set up the settlement. All things that now need to be demolished. And the train tracks need to be going away too. We're demolishing a single piece of track first. And then we can demolish the rest in one go. With the train being away off to the side, not being in the way, we'll be fine. Just gonna make sure it's all one piece, which currently it isn't. And then we can start the demolition after. The train will be parked here, letting other trains go by, out of the way. I'll do the long section first, and then we'll do the 3 short sections here after, I think. Still haven't gotten everything. Alright. That looks good, but it's not everything yet. Hello, Neo-Contra. Welcome. Alright. What is this? Oh, that's a waypoint. Okay, that should be everything. Pretty large demolition task. We'll have to come back here and remove the resources as needed. But that will be okay. Maybe I should start removing the temporary rail construction office here. I think we can make that a thing. I mean, no. If I want to build out this way, this rail construction office is perfectly situated. We would have to wait until we have a city here and see where it goes. Now when I'm looking at the trains, they feel like derail valley trains, basically. Everything is slow and heavy. Beautiful. Lots of demolition tasks for all of them. Get the factory connections removed. And yeah, we'll still have to remove the footpaths and change the road to be nice and smooth again. I will do that after. It's gonna be a road hooking up into the road on this side for the tram connection, basically. T-junction. Triangle junction, rather. But the amount of workers we have right now seems to be okay. Could be a little bit higher, I guess. Could be a lot higher. The rail construction office is not running at full capacity yet, and that's the building that needs the most workers. So if that one is still empty, we have room for more workers. Yeah, I think we're going to take off this hill here and then have a little bit of an elevated area on the other side, but I think this hill can go away. We'll definitely have to have heating over here. I got one more heat exchanger that I can build by our large heating plant. Hello, Dentrasi. Welcome. So pollution-wise, they seem to be far away enough from causing each other any issues. I don't see any large health drop in the area. So probably 2 heat exchangers. One of the heating plant, one of the large heating plant. And then we would need the other heating plant somewhere in the vicinity to deal with the heating of new areas up on the hill. And then there's one more small heat exchanger to help with heating here if we need to. That we could run out of the heating plant. We will see. These are the heating pipes we will build. And the heat exchangers to boot. Okay. Well, it's fine. No, it's not. We have the heat exchangers here, we can plaster down some housing. There's not going to be that much heat on this heat exchanger because it's only connected to a small heating plant. So this area would be low density housing. I hope it's going to be enough, otherwise I'll have to draw a heating pipe from the upcoming heating plant down to this area to also provide some heating down here. Probably replacing this connection with a different heating plant, but we'll see. I mean, it is still going to be within range of the other heat exchanger. It's just going to be, yeah. If it's smaller buildings, low density housing, it's probably going to be fine, but we'll see. Three levels. That's the building we need. Dang it, game. There. Housing block, kindergarten. We need water, heating, sewage and electricity back in this area, so we need another sewage switch here. And then probably one sewage tank is going to handle the whole area. Small kindergarten should do it. Man, the kindergarten looks really large against the smaller houses. Always perspective. I hope this is enough heating. I might be overdoing it here, but like I said, we're gonna see if it's enough, and if it isn't, we'll just connect it to a different heating pipe. I mean, I could make this the large heating pipe, I guess, and make the other one the small one. But these buildings shouldn't require that much heating. Three cubic meter. 12 plus maybe another 8. It's 20 cubic meters. Fills out the area. It's probably fine. But yeah, water, sewage, electricity, heating, all needed. One sewage tank, one water tank. And electricity. I'll get the electricity going. Still need to set up the footpaths to brick footpaths. At least like the outside ones here. That square looks very strange compared to the other housing setup. But we'll keep it. It'll probably look fine once there's some other housing nearby. No, that one definitely needs to be the large heat exchanger. Otherwise these pretty big housing blocks are gonna have not enough heating for them. Guaranteed. Still need waste storage. The kindergarten will probably be built after. Let me try something with this footpath instead. Yeah, I think I'll build it here. 2 of them. Can only have 1. Never mind then. Also need to make sure no one moves in until it is ready. And I want to make sure we only do these houses, so I'll put 2 name tags in here. This one can have people moving in again. This one may not, and we'll decide that this should only be low educated citizens in there. Then they can remove these, and here they can move in, furthest house, and these ones they cannot move in. Low educated citizens only. So we can build everything up and then allow them to move in once we see that the heating situation is fine. We'll have a decent amount of space here too, if we want to put in the kindergarten, which we probably will. And maybe we'll put down a grocer as well. So I'll leave the area open for a road connection through the building. And we can build a grocer here. If it allows me to make that corner. Not quite. At least not like that. Also need to prevent people from moving into these, of course. As we place them. Did a mass death happen? The population is so low. What? It dropped not that much, no? Hello, Sigan. I don't know what you mean. has never been higher in this run. Thought you would have 100,000 by now. On Siberia? No. Definitely not. Definitely not. Having 100,000 people on Siberia would be crazy. Only a madman would do that. So many heating plants. Okay, no one may move in. Probably have some highly educated workers in here. I think so, this one. And don't think they all can reach the tram, so the next tram stop will also have to be built. Looks like we have reached the train depot. So we'll probably set up a tram stop in here as the next one, which will then complete the loop. Still have to finish all the demolition work. I should get some extra demolition trucks into the area, make things faster. I have 4 free demolition offices in use. Where are they? Goshny. Brugudonsk. All of these need to be emptied out. And if we need a proper demolition office, we should build one rather than relying on the free ones all the time. Alright, come on. There we go. Yeah, we'll set up a demolition office for the area, just in case we need one. A small one should be enough. I don't need additional storages here because it's going to be right in the waste area. So it can dump directly into the waste storages and it'll be fine. Probably here would be nice. Get some replacement bulldozers, and we'll flatten the area. Hello, Zadius. Welcome. But in the meantime, we can place the demolition officers here to help with the removal of the waste. And we need waste trucks. Ideally ones we already have. Oh, game, why is there so far? God dang it. So mad. So mad. How could you do that, game? One last bit of node. Now I have to build a train track to remove a train track. Oh well. It's fine, it's not that far away. That waste truck will be scrapped. It's obsolete. Okay, guess we'll build this too. accelerate construction a little bit by adding some dirt footpaths. People can get there faster. There's another YAG waste truck we can use. And another one. And yeah, they just need to clean up all of this area. Make sure it's presentable. Alright, build this stupid track so we can remove the other one. Well, we'll remove it all in one go, not just this piece, but once the other one is gone, we can remove this whole track in one go, even though there's going to be a train then parked on the exit track, but what can you do? Maybe. Like I said, these should not bring it to the containers. These should bring it directly to a waste storage, which currently would be all the way to Sovskoy. But the containers are otherwise getting overloaded. So, metal, construction waste, mixed waste and hazardous waste, and workers they don't need. So that's where the waste storages will be. Yeah, otherwise it's not quite so efficient. I think the container storage might already be full. Yep. Which is why demolition isn't really able to carry the waste away right now. Let's give them more waste trucks. Money's not looking great. But that is also because we're turning steel into mechanical components and exporting them to the west instead. And I'll probably need that extra ship. I think the pillars are still as narrow as ever, unfortunately. No room for a ship to go through here. Maybe the truss bridge would do it, but I can't curve that one, so it wouldn't really help me that much. How many years does it take for the ship to cross the border? A couple. No, not really. It can go like, I think, twice a year? 3 times a year? Import. Well, that's not that bad. Once every 3 months, it looks like. So 4 times a year. We'll bring it into the harbor and then the trains pick it up from here. Well, the singular train picks it up from here, I guess. Which is currently moving. And picked up some crops and is heading back right now. We're gonna run full on steel, we're gonna run full on boards. We're gonna run full on gravel. Look like the storage is near overflow. What? What do you mean near overflow? As in, like, we can't keep up with deliveries? Maybe. As population goes up, we will need another ship soon. But they're expensive, I can't afford one right now. Since we also started exporting to the west, the amount of rubles we have is going down. There's another export of 11 million. Alright, let's allow it to unload. Shame about the wasted steel, I guess. Hello, Archer. Welcome. All this one makes me want to do is play more Derail Valley, seeing the trains running. It's so excited for more Derail Valley as well. Dirt road. Dirt footpath. Well, that'll speed it up a little bit, I guess. No workers. What a shame. Well, we're working on that. The rail demolition here is done. Need to remove these two. And then that one as the last one to be removed. Bring some water to the rail construction vehicles, please. How many research points do we have left? 2, I think. I did get one, 17,500, and I realized I didn't keep track of them anymore because I didn't want to research anything right now, because the city can grow without any tech. There you go. But we can take a brief moment to see how many research points we have. We got 7 from population. 8 would be 20,000. 7 is 17,500. So 7 from pop. We should have 8 settlements if my keeping track is correct. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Sovskoy factory is not its own settlement, and Donetity outskirts it's not its own settlement. So we got 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That's 15. Plus the 6 free ones from starting with early start, for a total of 21 research points. Means we probably only have 1. But let's go through the technology screen. 1, 2. Only the ones that unlock something are actually counted. So 3. The other ones don't unlock anything. 4. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. I'm missing one. Because I've written down 20. 2. I'm not going to mouse over them, I'm just going to count them. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. I remember one of them having a weird checkbox over something else that was hard to see. So I'm trying to look for one that I did not count. Weather proving vitamins, pollution filters, tree planting, yes. Steel mill, steel cables, power poles, yes. Resource map, yes. Waste recycling. Concrete monuments, functionalism, radio, TV, secret police, yes. Distribution and rail distribution, TV propaganda, mechanical components, road vehicle production, yes. Did I just write down one extra? 2, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. Yeah. Okay, 19 are used. We got 2 extra, basically. 2 research points. Wait. I seem to remember... birth rate increase. Did we get that one? We did not get this one. No, we did get this one. This one isn't counted. Birth rate. We did get birth rate increase. Definitely. So we are at 20 used. It's just it doesn't have a checkbox because it is repeatable. But yeah, definitely need to keep track of that one. So we are at 1 free research point. Someone injured at the grocer out here. Yeah, with the construction of the tram road loop, we will have to change our tram setup to spew all of the excess workers into our train platform from where they can then be picked up from the tram stop. And then make sure that the whole area always stays running. So the loop from the train station to the industrial area will be its own one. I wonder if I could have a footpath from here directly to the heating plant. No, it's 500 meters. For good reason. Okay, now we wait for this track to be built so we can remove it in one go with everything else. But that means here we will be able to change the signals soon. Four work days for the tunnel. Kinda wanna buy the other ship. We should also probably start working on the oil field, because that would give us a ton of, I guess, US dollars. I don't know why I need that many US dollars though. We would have to switch over more resource imports to that side. We could get the electronics, I guess, via ships. That would be a massive import. Every now and then, just like a ship full of electronics arriving. But yeah, we could have a harbor full of electronics. Could even be a small ship, I guess. But that wouldn't look that cool. Plus we only have like one that we can use. 980 tons of electronics per import. I mean, technically this one is also available, but that one's even larger. Riverboat is also available, 60 tons. We consume 120 tons of electronics per year, so we would have one electronic import and then it would be good for 5 years. Doesn't sound too bad. Until we realize that actually it would be good for way longer. 1,000 times the electronics price. 60 million, 70 million. No, 700 million. That would be expensive. So we would set up another cargo harbor with warehouses attached to it. Maybe even set it up in this corner here. Yeah, we'll probably change this dock. Make this a straight corner here. And then have, well, cargo harbor here, and then the ship dock on that side. So we'll get rid of this one. Have it be demolished. And then we'll change the terrain. And the electronic import can basically run through this harbor to see if it needs repairs or not. I don't need to set up another repair station. We'll just run it through one of these. And it'll be fine. Yeah, the demolition office was not set up for mass demolition like that. You need fuel to work. . There you go. And I'm gonna change the assignments for the demolition office for now. The proper demolition office to drive the resources all the way as well. We'll change it back later to be the temporary storage, because then we can plan the removal to the local waste handling site. But right now it's not going to happen. No. Get out of there. Stupid construction train. I'll make this a chain signal so it doesn't happen again. Actually, we'll just turn this around and then it can't happen again. No, it can't. That is fine. Yeah, we're not really using that anymore. It looks like, though, that a traffic jam on the main line is not going to immediately cause an issue. I am wondering about upgrading it to prefab panel type track. Been wondering about that for a while. It would increase our max speed on that line. But I still believe that the passenger trains would then get in the way of the industry trains a lot more. I don't know. It's probably possible. Worth a consideration. Alright. Other connection done too. Now this is available for train repairs. So our repair station is doing trains and ships and trucks. Excessively so. We'll need a lot more workers, and we might move the trucks out if the trains and ships get too much to handle at some point. But for now it's okay. Still have to change the signals. There's only one exit track and one entrance track here. I don't think these need signals here. They were just for construction. This should be long enough, I think. Okay, we will need the outside signals instead of the ones at the tunnel. The tunnel itself is not long enough. There. Okay, that's a decent amount of workers. Looks good. focus on that one for now. At some point the export storage will also be full. If production keeps going up like that. But yeah, the ship was regularly exporting mechanical components. And our US currency is just going to keep going up, so I don't foresee any problems with that. I hope the eating is enough. We will see that next winter, I guess. Lots of work, like construction vehicles here right now, causing some delays in deliveries. Not too much of an issue. We'll have the extra grocer. That's also going to give us more meat storage capacity. I could set up a meat storage right onto a grocer, which would completely remove the issue, but I don't know if I want that. The way I've set it up, I don't want that, because I can't place it. good progress on the waste removal. The extra trucks have certainly accelerated things. But they'll pick up full loads until they remove the last bit of waste on a demolition site. And then they still have to help with the removal of the footpaths and road connections. Last bit of track, and then just to remove that section. I mean, I could have used helicopters, but we don't have those here. I also have to rebuild the road. Actually, I don't think. And now we can set up everything for demolition. Make sure to remove it all in one go. And then the temporary setup for the settlement of the temporary railroads have finally been removed. Let's make sure to get the points here to be away before we set this up for demolition. One demolition task here as well. And the whole junction is gone. We'll have to tear up the road completely. Get a nice smooth corner in, plus a way for the road to continue along this side and then head down into the other coast. The location for the heating plant is still open. It might be, I don't know, maybe on the hill. That would be kind of close though. Yeah, that would be too close. We could drop it into the oil field, which is already making pollution. Could drop it up here in the commercial district, but then it would be quite far away as well. We could presumably reach everything with one heat pumping station, but should be closer. Maybe on this hill. Maybe I'll drop it up here. And then the heating pipes would go over the mountain. Still underground, but along the hillside. Not straight through the mountain. That would be too much. Might have enough storage. Doesn't look bad. Gravel is full. And boards. But otherwise, nice removal. Everything gone now. Okay. We'll have to tear up the road, put a new nice corner in here, let the road come down. It'll be the main road basically, and then this access road for the city will have to go into the corner, into the side of it with a T-junction. But it also needs to be prepared so that the tram can also run up this way, I guess, in the future. But for now, this is the loop. This whole settlement. 2 loops in clockwise and counterclockwise order would run that for us. So we'll have a corner here. And then later on, the tram will also have a straight connection through here to hook up this whole area, also sending it to the commercial district. We'll probably have a second commercial district. I think with only one it might get overloaded. Then again, it's not really that busy at the moment. But the large sports facility is already looking kinda overworked a little bit. I mean, we can triple the capacity, should be fine. Alright, that power line can go away. Why did you run out of fuel? There was fuel everywhere. Not really, but you know. Alright. I did build a fuel station, which it did not use. We built one over on this side, which was supposed to run it. I think I'll run it through that fuel station each trip. Because I think if it's on the route to it, it should use it. But let's make sure it actually can use it. So that it is actually true. Wait, I am running it through it, and it didn't use it. That sucks. Need a larger train for this, I think. One with more capacity. And maybe a larger coaling station on this side too, for long trains. Give it a longer train. Like, more coal capacity is what I mean. Maybe even a second engine would be enough. I think that's what we're gonna do. twice the coal capacity, pretty much. If we get another 1,000,000 rubles, we can buy it. Oh, right, you're going straight over there now. Understandable. That's the proper path to take, I guess. Yeah, I guess if it slows down and re-accelerates all the time, that probably used up its coal, and there was quite a bit of construction work going on near Donetiti, making it slow down, re-accelerate. And with that much cargo, it probably caused some problems. I guess that means the rail construction for now is done. So much construction waste. Good progress on the waste removal. Lots and lots of extra trucks did help, quite a bit. The gas station is also gone, so now once this small piece of road has been removed, we can then set up the new corner, I think. I will have to demolish the road here. I want to redo the road here too, make sure the hill is nice and smooth, which we will do once we have the corner in place and the access road be the new connection directly to the commercial area. And then I can work in the tram stop here, plus any changes I wanted to make to the road. Very good. No more waste to be picked up? Yeah, I didn't think so. There's plenty more demolition work to be done. I wonder why this one isn't being emptied out. Because you're doing the rail demolition waste storage right now. I guess that makes sense. We did do a bunch of demolition work with the rail construction office. Just need to remove this piece, and then we should be able to get the connection in, I think. Nice smooth corner. And this one will just hook up into the side of it, after we flatten out the whole area. Okay, looks like we need to remove it a little bit more. But that would do it. That looks pretty good. Just gotta wait for the other road to be removed, and then, yeah, we can hook it up. And there's plenty of local waste trucks to haul the waste away. Repair in progress, makes sense. I'll allow more workers in the repair station here. And yeah, this road might get removed, and we'll flatten out an area for the housing to be placed. This whole section of road. Still need to build the tram stop. Probably around here. And then another tram stop on that side. Right here. There's so much stuff to flatten here. Need to remove more road. I mean, it doesn't have to be perfectly flat, I guess. Would be nice if it was, though. Couple more waste pickups. We'll probably relocate the waste trucks slightly further away to not get into the way of the new road construction too much. Once they're done with the work and they start piling up, we will still need them here. I will also need a gas station again on this side. Three more waste pickups and we're done. Maybe two, because the newer vehicles have more capacity. They do. If you're picking up mixed waste, then it's only one more pickup. Good. I'll set up the tram road to almost all the way to the new road connection. But yeah, most of it will have to be flattened still. Going for like around 30 meters, I think. There's the pickup. Since we can't build it all the way just yet, we'll have to figure something out. First get the elevation in the way it's supposed to be at around 30 here. That would be the road, but like I said, have to flatten it out here a bit more, so it's not fully done yet. And we'll keep this a dirt road, but the rest we can build. And then our new road will have its connection with the old access road leading into it. Once that is done, even before that is done, I guess, we can start... No, we have to wait until this is done, because this is going to be the new road connections. We have a dedicated road construction office. Dump trucks shouldn't be too busy, so everything should be somewhat fast. And then later on the tram will have to have a way into this road connection. Which could be a tram-only road leading up into this junction and coming out of this junction. Or basically just going through here, back and forth. It doesn't really need to run through the other outskirts area. So yeah, that will need to be built. And I guess the construction sector at Unicity can help with that. Absolutely fine. Still a demolition work happening here, I think. It's hard to see. Thought we were done with that. Oh, we're building count 7. Demolition work is done. Now just have to wait for the waste trucks to be ready as well, to slowly start relocating them. Let the gas stations empty themselves out here. We will need a new one while we're rebuilding. Alright, prioritize this tiny bit of metal scrap so we can start removing the individual sections of footpaths. Construction over here also making progress. First house is coming up. Heating is to be determined if it is sufficient, but we'll have to wait for all the housing to be built for that to be shown. But I think it will be. We also still need water, sewage, electricity and heating in general, which they haven't completed yet. So I believe we still need this tram loop for the trams that run harbor to city and back, so they don't have to run through the whole area. They would just go here, loop around and run back. 5-6 trams ought to transport enough workers on that loop, but if we need more, we can get more, of course. And the other trams just run in this area, feeding people into the train station location. Problem with that is that they will probably need a repair station if I do that. Or I would have to run them to this end station always. Which means they would go and run through the end station. That's not that great. That messes with the whole line. Actually, I guess they can... No, they can't go to the train depot either. They could get repairs at this train depot if it had a repair station, I guess. Maybe that's the way to set it up. Hook up a repair station here when the temporary building material storage is gone and the temporary rail distribution office has been relocated. Then we can have a repair station on the other side, and trams would then hopefully get repairs at the train depot for the city, which is accessible to both directions. Might even move that train depot to the other side and have the repair station next to it, just to make sure that the monument can be seen when you drive into the city more clearly, because right now it's being covered by the train depot somewhat. And I guess the electrical substation too. Good progress on the road construction. Tons of asphalt, no problem. I would say. Okay, first asphalt road done. And removal here looks pretty good. Like, we just need to remove 2 more buildings, the rest of the footpaths, and then everything is cleared up. I like that. How is the waste storage looking? Slowly being emptied out. I think we'll relocate the waste from the demolition office back into that storage instead. All waste goes here. And yeah, we'll have to remove this road, flatten the area, disconnect the other side, get the tram stop in once the tram section of road is done, because then we have a fast access road again. And all of this stuff is gone too. We'll remove the whole line of road, I think. Even this footpath will have to go, now that I think about it. And no, we can start here. I think having the tram stop here is fine. We'll leave this. I guess we could start with the demolition of the road here, because they can already drive around, and it's not winter right now. The road construction should finish until then. So yeah, let's go ahead and... That's a lot of road. All right. We'll make these low priority, so they pick up the waste from the other areas first. The short footpath sections, etc. But yeah, road construction here is not slow. I think we'll start relocating the waste trucks. I'll unassign all source buildings from 2 of these, and once they've made their last deliveries and they're back in the their vehicle depot, let's do it for 3 of them. Then we can relocate them into the temporary storages and put them where they need to be, further away from the current construction site. I need to run grain, otherwise we're gonna run into food problems. So let me buy the extra engine. It's 14 meters though. That would be too long for the train. How much coal does the BBO have? I don't know. You're working for a rail distribution office, but you're empty. No coal? There's coal. Water tank is empty. So rail distribution here is currently not working. You're bringing from the rail oh. Oh, okay, I see. I see. We demolished the water treatment plant without actually setting up the line correctly. So the new water line I have here is irrelevant. This one is not needed. Because it was all handled by a single truck before. But yeah, we need to fix this. Give it some water. That still leaves the question open of how much coal do you have? Over 26 tons. And the Prussian one? Oh yeah. So the Austrian one has over 2 times the coal storage. So we're probably going to switch the grain train to an Austrian version. And by probably, I mean we will. We're gonna refuel right away, because I say so. And we'll attach the train cars to the new train. Sure wear and tear of the trains. We got one that's at close to 50% passenger train. It's not getting repaired right now. It should be. We are being repaired. Harbor. Oh, I increased the amount of work. Oh, okay, we're using that repair station now. Good. Use it. I guess I increased the repair station workers on... Why did I increase the repair station workers? I don't know. But yeah, should have full complement of repair station workers here now. I think that'll help. I guess I could let some people move in before winter hits again. Sure, I'm sure we can at least deal with one house. Grocer hasn't been built yet. Once that one is done, we need to bring food to the area, but they have the other one to... Oh, wait a minute. Well, you have to find work locally because you can't reach the tram stop right now, which is a problem for you. I need the new tram stop first. So, you'll be relocated in here for now. Sorry about that. But, yeah, it's fine. You can work off of that building. The small footpaths here are all gone. Single demolition task will get rid of this whole section of footpath. Are you kidding me? Sneaky. There we go. Waste trucks are starting to become parked, which is good, because then we can start relocating them, like I said. Sovskoy is doing fine. Occasional warnings are to be expected. Alright, that is now gone. Alright, I'll relocate all of you. Just so we can start moving things out of the area and into new buildings. What is the new pumping station in the patch? Pumping station? I don't know. Oh, brick pumping stations for water. These ones. Small and large water pumping stations. Just so they're made out of brick, because the other ones require a lot of concrete, I guess. Hello, Angry German. Welcome. But the well needs workers, or what was it? Needs workers? They added a small well. I thought they would keep it with like a large well only, but they did add a small one, I think. Oh no, they only have... yeah, they only have a big water well that needs workers. Anyone playing the new RimWorld DLC? I am not, no. Only a new patch. Hope there's coming one with workers, without workers. I don't know. I like the way it's set up. It encourages you to have a larger city for water production and then bring it to smaller settlements, and it also means you have to be careful where you set up the water for the trains. I mean, you can use water outflows still. Don't need a water well, but inner city water refueling for trains is not easy. Not inner city, inner land, inner like countryside kinda. I think the early start should feel different than later starts. I think that's its benefit. So if they just copy everything to be the same as late start, just different types of buildings, I don't think that would be great. Okay, everything is signed. Yes, you still have your metal scrap, that's fine. Get all the vehicles out. Not too much waste on that road, still have to remove it. It is currently set to low priority. The old settlement is completely gone. That's the height we want to have, 30-ish meters. Well, we have to remove the road. I mean, the road can snake up that way. Can be a nice shallow path up the hill, but yeah, not that far. Plus it's going up further than that, which will have to be removed. All waste trucks are still busy. To stop my Luxembourg run in Victoria 3 was a little bit slow. Yeah, it is slow. It's like Krakow. Can be slow. Well, it will be slow, for sure. Heat exchanger hooked up, says it needs 16% with everything else in the area, which probably is a lie because it's also counting the heating plant, which does not count as its own heating source in this case. And remove that road. What's your problem? Problem is that gravel recycling is full. Because you also have the issue of this thing being overfilled. Yeah, that one's full. Do you not have another source for bringing the gravel? I really only set up that. That makes no sense. Well, I guess it does. Because it's being used for asphalt and road construction. Problem is that we are always bringing a train here, so it fills it up regularly. Driving it all the way to Sovskoy is quite far. But you know, I think we'll do it. Okay, Sovskoy is not the correct one. Because that one is also always full, because it's hooked up by conveyor. And it's like for local construction and the rail construction. Where am I going to bring the excess gravel? It really should go into the storage, like it should empty out every now and then. It is correct, just gravel consumption is not that high right now. And the train arrives too often, I guess. I don't need a tram stop here, I don't think. Maybe we'll build one. Sending people up to the hill for whatever is up there. I think building the largest hospital might be a bit overkill. You cannot reach the tram stop from here? The tram platform is full. I'll need a lot more trams running. They might have gotten repairs. Okay. This could be the platform, starting with the road off of here, slowly bringing it down. We still need the tram platform. think that's okay. And we can push the terrain back further, but the road will be nice and smooth. We'll have to upgrade the road to be tram track here as well. For which we will have to have the connection from the other side first. And then plan the second tram stop also, which is going to be here. Off of the dirt road, I guess. After we flatten it. Okay, rail distribution is running again. Very good. Food is fine, other things are fine. Nothing running into issues at the moment. Okay, need more water. Guess the trains slowly, yeah, they need a lot more water. Okay. We can run 2 trucks for now. Hello EXE, welcome. Also, grain deliveries. We're out of grain, we're not making any food, which is a slow death spiral. Okay, guess we can't attach 1 train car. You can go to the unloading station because you're already full on grain. Should keep the food factory running again. I would have gotten the warning, I think, from the resource storage inside the food factory if it ran out. So far it hasn't. But yeah, I will be able to start producing again. 2 more waste pickups for construction waste off of this road. I guess we can start building off of that side. In preparation for hooking up the tram road soon. People can move in here because they can walk. No, they can't walk. I thought you could get there. I guess there's no footpath exit on that side. Makes sense. It just looks like they're very close, but in actuality they are not, with how the footpaths are laid out. I need to test at some point if trams run through an end station to get repairs the same way they would go to a train depot. Maybe I can do that with a tram that is currently in need of repairs. I would probably test it off stream. Like the footpaths in my residential blocks? Thank you. Are very chaotic. Just like real footpaths would be. We'll deliver mechanical components again soon. Our rail distribution office is just having a little bit of an issue with water supply, which hopefully has been fixed now, I think. More trains are running, which is good, and mechanical components are making their way to Budonsk. We need a delivery to Sovskoy though. That road is gone. And here we need the tram stop. Somewhere here. After we flatten the whole area. We're still running on the wrong elevation, quote unquote. Alright, that looks better. Very nice. Also needs to be tram track, of course. But yeah, they can start building that too. And once that road is done, we can start upgrading this section of road to tram track. And then acquire enough trams to run 2 lines of trams. We'll probably get a new tram line set up. The one that runs counterclockwise first, I think. I really want to see if it repairs properly already. We're at 18%. We could repair at 10. If I set you to repair right now, do you go somewhere? No, you're searching for a repair station. I think you're only repairing if you go to the end station. But they would go into this thing, I think, in the train depot if it had a repair station attached to it. So yeah, this setup I want to clean up that way. Okay, and over here we can bring the terrain out a little bit along the road, give us more construction area. Buildable space. And winter is back. Hello, Barbados. Welcome. We'll have to turn off the people being allowed to go to this tram stop once it's built. Dotiti and Donatiti. Okay. Donatiti. I don't know. That is Donetity North, I guess. Then we have Donetity Outskirts. And something up here. Donetity Central, I guess. I guess this would be Donetity Commercial. More water. Oh yeah, bring coal here. That's also kind of important, I guess. Yep, coal sounds important. Please focus on coal. Mechanical components going to Sovskoye right now, so seems to be in order. That's okay. I mean, I could have stuff on the tram road down here, I guess. Still not sure how to use that hill, if I should even use it. Lots of waste trucks available now. A bunch of them went away, it looks like. Oh no, I didn't fill everything up, I guess. I bought some, but not a whole set. Alright, I guess we'll accelerate construction a little bit by splitting off this road into two, so they can start delivering asphalt, gravel and just gravel. Asphalt later. Guess I could run footpaths up the hill and have the housing structures on top. Still struggling with the gravel here. You're not picking it up, apparently, because the other gravel storage is also full. So for trams to get it moved from the distribution office to the depot, do the railway connected to the distribution office need to be electrified or something? From the distribution office? Trams from a distribution office? You mean the customs house? No. Like we're bringing trams. A steam locomotive is pulling trams to this train depot. And then they just drive out with a tram track. You can attach them to a train by pulling them onto the plus icon you see when you drag it on. So we transport it most of the way with a steam train, and then the short section here just drives out. Appreciate you giving those tips. Sometimes the wiki isn't enough. Yeah. I'm like a chatbot. More reliable than chatbot. Brightword GPT. Yep. It's kind of nice, like, being able to remove a temporary section and then now we're planning something permanent, proper. I enjoyed using the temporary settlement to help, even though it wasn't that. I mean, it supplied water for a long time, I guess. What would an AI chatbot think of workers and resources quirks? I mean, it just repeats whatever it finds on the internet, so if someone writes something useful somewhere, it would repeat that. I guess I should ask a chatbot and see if it knows low-tech for workers and resources. It probably just repeats whatever's in the Steam guide section if it has crawled it, but yeah. Okay, I think we'll have to bring gravel elsewhere too. I know this is kind of silly because it goes onto a train, but yeah, we'll have to bring it into that storage. Which should mostly be empty, because the train always picks up from here, drives it throughout the Republic to see if it is needed somewhere. But that should keep the construction waste processing plant mostly empty. That ought to help. Popular community challenge, low-tech mode, research is limited. You gain research points by founding new towns every 100 citizens or per 2,500 total population. Encourages organic, slow tech development. Price word is in ChatGPT. Nice. But it's every 200 citizens. It's low information. Late, like, that was like old information. People are gonna get wrong and get hurt. when you ask ChatGPT for more challenges than realistic mode. Oh, cool. Popular community challenges low-tech mode. Very nice. Hopefully it'll move the lamps onto the correct side. It should bring them all to the right side. Currently it's showing them to be on the left. Also not a lot of road cranes available right now because they're all on the construction site for houses. I want a road vehicle depot here for all the waste trucks that I have running right now. And I can move all the waste trucks into that storage, and they can be maintained until they're needed again. Sovskoy factory running out of meat. Well, we were out of grain for a while, so has to catch up again. Hopefully the train can keep up with the deliveries. Hopefully you're not going to run out of fuel this time. That is very close to running out of fuel. Thank you for the follow, Lupo Solidaro. Much appreciated. And welcome to the stream. Looks like it has the calling station in range now, so it'll be fine. But yeah, we don't have a calling station for long trains here in Donetiti. So maybe I do need a calling station here too. I guess it could be inside the harbor as a run-through path from both sides. I could make this the extension of the train tracks up here, just a 4-path coaling station. And yeah, 2 lanes each direction. And if a train comes to a standstill to refuel, then they could drive around it. But if I do that for a very long train, it would probably still be in the way. I guess the coaling station should be somewhere in the outskirts. Similar to what I built in Sovskoy. I'm amazed that they're not bringing a paver here. Roadworks isn't assigned. I guess that would explain it. I did not flip it to the correct side yet. Hopefully it does that once we remove the junction. Otherwise it's gonna be a bit annoying. There we go. That works. Oh my god, just-in-time delivery before we run out of grain. And after having refueled. No grain? No. It's not correct. Hello, Superdeno. Welcome. Wiki 3 today? No. We played Wiki 3 yesterday. I'm probably gonna play something different later today. It might be Peak. It might be Jurassic World Evolution 2. It might be Every Day We Fight, which I got a free key for from Hooded Horse again. It might be City of Gangsters, because we haven't tried that yet, other than the tutorial. Might be Mononuclearis, because I'm feeling radiation sickness. We played Wiki 3 yesterday. More oil pumps. That's still open here. That's all still open. I am a slow builder. These secret streams out of hand. We did the Fordlandia achievement yesterday. And I think you joined at the end, was it? Maybe? Maybe it was someone else. No, it wasn't you, it was someone else. I think it was Archduke. Thought the heat got to you since you didn't stream all afternoon. I streamed yesterday after work, between work and my race session. I had a race in the afternoon, so I got some VOD in. Only a very short 5-hour stream, I guess, but you know. Oh, 4-hour stream, sorry. Heat isn't that bad right now. There's no heat, really, that I can't handle. That'll show up later again, I'm pretty sure. Weather says, oh, no, we're gonna be fine for a week. Nice. Lots of rain next week. I like it. Greetings, comrades. See more works and resources on the menu today? Yes. We finally removed the temporary Donititi outskirts area and are now setting up the tram line to extend our settlement up the hill. So all of this area has been cleared up. We'll need a gas station here too. Soon. What do you? Hopefully we don't need a tram connection for more electricity. We're at half capacity. So we can have double the trams, I think. Did you remove the bridge that blocked the cargo ships? No, because I don't have a replacement for them. And I'm not gonna make a tunnel, because that would look silly. That bridge will stay. Won't be able to export by ship to the east that way. Unless I set up another harbor on the other side of the bridge, I guess. Oh yeah, the removal here is done. I wanted to relocate some of that harbor. I wanted to put a new shape in for the harbor. I've decided to go with a 90-degree angle instead. Hello, Oprah. My poor baby ships. They can't roam free like God intended to. Well, if God wanted them to be roaming around free, God would have made a bridge with a wider gap for the pillars that we could have used. Okay, I want to have a way to also deliver cargo here. This is only export, very weirdly squeezed in here. Might get rid of that again, but I don't know. I guess it's fine. I would like to have a cargo harbor more permanently, and I guess I can go further to the left if I wanted to. That way. Yeah, we have plenty of space. I can move it further to the right, make sure I don't have to redo the road. Probably. I mean, I will have to redo the road because the warehouses here are gonna have to be hooked up to this. Yeah. You built that, are you God? No. I'm not. I don't want to be. We'll play a God game some other time. I like that. Oh, I like that a lot. I don't know why, but I think that looks nice. Yeah, I think we'll get rid of the wonky storage road and everything here. It was nice that we could fit that in to get the grain imports going. No, we'll leave it. It keeps the grain imports consolidated into one area. It's fine. The god of cargo. Running out of grain again. I don't see the train. Where is our train for grain? The grain train. Well, you're like unassigned from that route. That route does not exist anymore. It is moving, but I guess it got held up a little bit. So many passenger trains everywhere. So I thought it would look nice if we had a storage like this, and then the other one hooked up to the other side. Basically two warehouses very close together. And then bring the road around. Cargo trains heading towards this area will always have to go through this port first to see if they need repairs or not. I'm not going to build another repair station. And the imports here would be mostly electronics, which happen like once every 3-4 years. once we have enough money to actually make those imports a reality. Needs a lot of US dollars. But at that point we won't have to import electronics from the east anymore, where they're getting way too expensive. Alright, so road in front of the storage is here. And then side road. Which we would turn out this way once that construction is done. Don't think it needs electricity, but we'll probably give it electricity. And then we'll see if we need more warehouses here or not. I think the idea would be nice to have more warehouses, just for reasons. Then we can bring a road around here too. Looking like a real cargo harbor. Yep. I watched a lot of videos about radiation-related incidents, but that also included some other things. There's a channel that goes through like a YouTube channel that goes through a lot of like problems that happened in history, and one of them was a harbor where there was a explosion in Beirut recently, a couple years ago. Not that we're rebuilding that right now, hopefully. Oh, Lebanon. Okay. It was Beirut, right? 2024. Yeah. But I did see a harbor recently. I think we can build it like that. Could have maybe squeezed it a little bit more together, but it's fine. Let me redo this road connection, however. Not like that. Ugh. Too close. Needs to be slightly further away. That'll do. Due to fertilizer. Ammonium nitrate, I think it was. Something like that, yeah. Basically a ship that didn't have its like destination anymore. They gave up the ship and cargo to the harbor. It got seized basically because no one wanted it anymore. And yeah. Then it got stored in a warehouse, and then someone was welding in that warehouse, and then a fire started, and then disaster. I'll let people move in a little bit. Temperature too low. Oh, okay, no, we're still over 15 degrees at -40, it's fine. That is okay. We are in Siberia, it's fine. You can move in here. We're at 14 degrees, still okay. 12 degrees, that doesn't look like 12. A little bit cold here. During the coldest parts of the year, but I think we'll be somewhat okay. Try Lebanon run in VOD one day. I would have to release them from the Ottomans, I guess. I don't know. I really like the way this is set up. Like this road connection into the storage and that road connection, and then just the way around the warehouses. For some reason I really like that. Currently trying Tunis. Ottoman release is quite easy. They are really weak. Okay. Alright, road construction. Almost done. Then I need more trams. I might move the trams to be only 2 instead of 3 connected ones, because they do this weird like flicking themselves into the tram stop. So we'll probably have a lot more trams running, but they'll be 2 instead of 3 in length. I'll get 6 new tram cars. What color did we go for the trams here? I forgot. Green. Green trams. Right, go pick them up from the border. We'll set up the new proper loop here. Then slowly switch everything over. I mean, we have to set up the route going to the heating plant and factory area too. We'll slowly bring we'll set up those 2 routes, slowly bring them in to the depot, and then hook them up to the new routes. But I will need a bunch more trams. I'll finish the construction. And then the road is done. We'll just need the stop here with a little bit of steel, which is currently arriving. Great. Oh yeah, I mean, I also need to upgrade this road now. Can't forget about that. I can still do deliveries from the other direction now. We'll bring the new trams in. And yeah, proper loop. 2 loops, opposite directions, up to almost double the capacity because of that. Should be nice and stable. No one may wait here yet. We don't have a tram running to the stop at the moment. We need to upgrade the roads first and get the new trams. And they can't quite reach the other tram stop. But yeah, they'll be fine. Looks okay. How's the heating? It's probably fine? I don't know. I didn't look. I forgot to look. This one is struggling a lot more than these right now, so it's probably okay. We're quite far from the other heating plant. Or we'll need to set up the new one. And run a pipe towards this location. So that's 2 more road upgrades. And I think we can do both of them at the same time after, because I can just run a dirt road around. I guess we could... No, we can't start it yet. This one needs to finish, otherwise we will not have access to drinking water. For the time being. Oh, that train got repaired here. Neat. That's a couple maintenance tasks. Speaking of which, I should probably go into the list of buildings and make sure nothing is having too much wear and tear. There's 2 dumps which have too much wear and tear. Those are breaking down. And the maintenance steel mill building is not currently equipped with dealing with the maintenance of these structures. I don't know if I'm on maximum search range for the other maintenance construction offices. I am. I guess I'll have to set up a small maintenance office that deals with everything, and not just the repair of the steel mill, to make sure that these dumps don't collapse. Let me know when it's done. I don't need that. Once it's done, we'll provide it with a complement of all vehicles, and then the dumps here should not run over the maintenance limit anymore. Other than that, everything else seems fine. Donutity is running a little bit past the 30% mark because it's doing a lot of construction work also, but I'll get to it. I'll be fine. I mean, if the dumps collapsed, that wouldn't have been a huge problem, but that would have been a jump scare mostly. We'll probably have the same issue in the harbor at some point. Needing a maintenance construction office over there too. We still have 500 meters that we can add at some if needed. We'll be okay. So many unemployed people. We're over the capacity limit of the tram network. Alright, go pick up another 6. I should just add this one as a favorite. Your route, should you accept it, will be to run counterclockwise. From here, unloading. And then through all of these stops, basically. If you can unload people, you can unload them, otherwise just pick them up and drop them at the tram stop over here. And we'll build a train depot that will run the tram repairs. At least I hope it will work. I assume it does. With a repair station. Maybe this we'll phase out this repair station completely. I think it would make sense. Would get more space, and I could even put a coal loading station over there at that point. Yeah, that sounds neat. Just get the road connected this way and put a coal loading station here instead. The grain train is stuck without fuel again. Slightly mad? No, it's fine. It just is a bit of a path, and I guess we ran with insufficient supply for a while. So it has to catch up again with demand. With like the production of meat, which ran completely out. Once the meat storage is full, less grain will be needed at that point. And same for food, I guess. I will probably have to devise a parking space for the grain trains, so they can wait before going into the factory area. I did not leave any room for long trains to wait on this side. It was not designed that way. My neighbor complained about our commute to work, and some men in coats took him in the middle of the night. What? Hello, Lois boy. I hope you're joking. Or you live in the US, I guess. I don't know. I assume it's a workers and resources joke. More tram road upgrade, both of them at the same time should be okay. Mr. Shred keeps saying he's on vacation. Something wrong with that? Are we gonna have a problem? On the bright side, his commute is much shorter now. Yeah, from here to the heating plant, basically. It's not that far. Oh my god, we had a lot of escapes. We're also out of money, which is fine. It's fine, I swear. Once we turn off... I guess I can turn off electronic imports, probably. I mean, I have to work on getting the oil export going to the west. Wait. Okay. Sure. Feels like this is shorter than this one. Must be perception. Yeah, it's perception, it's the same. High priority, finish those roads. Then we can run the tram route. Can I make the same change in Sovskoy, splitting them up into 2 tram sections only instead of 3? I mean, here it's not as much of an issue because we use the smaller tram stops where they just park on the road and they don't do the whole flicking themselves into the tram stop kind of deal. I think. Yeah, this looks fine. Don't think I have any large tram stops here. But for Unity, I just use them exclusively. One more steel delivery each, come on. I know we have enough steel here. Sovskoy can stop with the deliveries to the area. Okay. Most dump trucks, waste trucks can now wait here, get repaired until they're needed again. We can fill more demolition offices with them if we need to. The other ones will have to stay for the time being. And we'll use them whenever necessary. What's up with the worker deliveries? Why are they so inconsistent? I guess it's because the trams are over capacity and they're loading mostly passengers instead of workers, which isn't really conducive to good heating. I gotta be, like, honest, that's not that great. Thankfully it's not that cold right now, but yeah, we need more tram capacity. You know, I guess I'll set up the other route as well. You. From here, loading, in this case, only workers. You go to this stop, unloading workers. And then here. And then end station. For now. Oh yeah, if we don't have an end station on the other road, I guess... I guess the problem is that line spacing. Can trams line space like road vehicles? No. Where would I put the end station? I would have to put an end station on this side and here for trams running in each direction after unloading everyone to then run through the end station instead. So for the counterclockwise one, left-hand turn and then an end station somewhere here, which I do not have any space for. I guess you could say we have the resources but not the workers in the Soviet Republic. We do have the workers, they're just not making their way to where they need to be. They're sitting around in the settlement and can't get to where they are required to be. Because we have too many passengers. Which is not good. So hopefully we can finish this construction soon so that I may set up the other trams. To hopefully increase capacity again. I guess we could run the trams without a end station for now. Workers, resources, Soviet Republic, choose 2. No, all 3, maximum. Oh my god. The other option would be... no other option really. Well, end station here I guess, so everyone would move along this side, head into an end station and then head back out to wherever they want to go. But that would create a lot of cross traffic. I guess for the ones that run counterclockwise this would make sense. For the ones that run clockwise it should be here. Students are their own category of passengers, right? Yes. Where do all these passengers go? Shopping centers? Yes, they have everything up there. Except food, meat, and yeah, everything else pretty much. Sport, culture, praying, electronics, visiting doctor, it's all up there. Maybe we can use 3 divisions of footed horse in order to efficiently transport our workers and resources in our Soviet Republic? No. That will not work. Alright, last section of road, then the trams can run. Alright, I'll stop now. I guess I could put the end station here instead and move the school Moving the school is probably more sensible, so I don't overload this lane which heads to the industry area. Alright, you are maintenance for the steel mill. That looks good. We need a small vehicle for transporting workers. We'll need a concrete mixer. Covered hull. Well, dumper we already have. Open hull, too large. Get a smaller one. Road crane. Concrete mixer. That should be everything. Personal cars heading this way too. At least it should be. Reconstruction at 30%. Machine replacement at 30. The road here is now done, and it did place the lamps on the other side, which I'm very angry about. Don't think we can fix that. I don't believe we can. Oh, maybe if I remove the dirt road it's gonna fix itself. No. Never mind. I would have to get rid of this section of road here. Then it would fix itself. Am I willing to do that? Which would shut down the grocer for some time. Well, maybe later. Let's run out the trams. I need more capacity. And these ones cannot run line spacing on their own. We'll have to move the school. I will put the end station on this side of the hill. Once it's built, we'll remove the other one. Entire city's ruined, gotta start over, chief. I don't wanna... I mean, we will start over at some point, but not right now. I think this settlement deserves a little bit more than what we have right now. We have run out of mechanical components. There's a passenger train stuck in here waiting for repairs. That looks good. More trams. People can now wait here again. Hopefully we'll manage with the capacity. A lot more workers now coming back onto the line, which should be good. The heating plant is slowly failing because we're running it with prisoners, which was somewhat good, but yeah, we will have to catch all the escaped prisoners again. Thankfully it was only a slow fail. The other end station running clockwise could be over here. Or over here, I guess, on the entrance of the first stop. Because there's no stop in between here. I don't think it can fit in this little gap. I might have to move the monument to make that work. No, that's not gonna work. I mean, we might be able to place it here sideways. I guess that would work, yeah. And the train depot would move to the other side. I guess that would work. Secret police time? Not yet, no. First we need to get everything sorted. You run and collect more trams. I need more money. No need to run for trams if we only have one. I need at least 6. Two more. Alright, you can go to the customs house and pick them up. The backlog has been dealt with. Okay, maybe not. Let's check the other stop too. That is now open. No, it doesn't look too bad. Looks like it's okay. And yeah, we'll try and fix this by removing this road connection, which will force the road to decide to only have one set of like every lamp is going to be on one side of the road, and hopefully it's going to be the lower one, so everything looks the same. I don't want to tear up this whole piece of road. That would be overkill. You know what? I'm gonna make this look lived in. People have used People have trampled all over this place and like walked in different places. It's fine. We'll bring the other trams into the train depot and bring them to the same route. But first I'll set up a route that picks up workers from here and brings them to the industry area from a return tram. We'll switch over to the new tram setup. So you're gonna be the new route from here, loading workers, going to the industry, and before that you're going to the heating plant too, of course. Heating plant is a bit more important. And then at the end of it, currently, this end station. So I guess I won't be able to make it work without end stations, but we might make it work without the repair station at the end station, which I would prefer. Okay, that's gonna be the new route. Love the game, not been a fan of realistic difficulty. Heavily play with all the difficulty options enabled, but I want at least some degree of abstraction. If I buy a vehicle or resource, can't be bothered to pick them up at the border. Yeah, I mean, everyone can play however they want. I really like that, because it makes developing into the map more difficult, but it also teaches you that, like, when you're playing without realistic mode and you're wondering why you suddenly like have no more money, the further in the map you build, the more logistics overhead costs they add onto the price for everything that you're importing. And this shows you why. But yeah, it adds like twice the complexity again. Without it, you just have to worry about exports, but with it you have to also worry about the imports. So if you like setting up export routes, eventually it might be for you, I guess. I think I'll set up the end station here, the replacement one. I hope this whole idea works, where the repairs will happen in a train station instead. Maybe I should try that first. Which means I have to remove well, relocate the construction material storage. I want to have an end station here anyway, so I guess the end station plus the train depot plus a repair station would be in this area. Game is so cool, man. Wish more people knew about it. Really like that they let you pick the difficulty and stuff. Really don't like having fires and disasters all the time, so I turn those off. I don't like getting notified about them all the time, so I turned the notification off. I turned almost all the notifications off. Okay, yeah, end station here, end station here. Or maybe here. I guess I'll place the other end station here. I'm fairly confident it will work. Sure, we'll try it. I will only have the train depot here, handling the repairs. No repairs inside the end stations. So this one is the end station for the clockwise route. Counterclockwise end station will be here. And that should deal with the line spacing. Oh my god, we're getting workers here that aren't even needed because everything is full. Well, it was to be expected, I guess. Way too many workers now. I guess we can pick them up with the train again, but that runs a pretty bad risk. Do I really want to research an oil refinery and run oil production? I already set it up for export, but if I build an oil refinery before it, all the excess workers could make their way into there. And I guess it would be kind of cool. Can you build another industry there? The harbor is ripe for so many industries. I think we're going to set up an oil refinery. Oh, that's going to create the issue of, like, I have to bring oil out of this, fuel and bitumen out of this area to my republic instead. I guess that's fine. I'll start researching the oil refinery. More housing, more workers, more industry. Yes. Like it goes. Oil refinery, chemical plant into plastics, and then make electronics. All in the harbor. Yeah. Okay. We'll have one storage for just electronics. The other ones will not be utilized yet, but they can build them up. So we'll face them towards the harbor so they can't unload in here. But this one can have electronics unloaded into it once we have a ship that can import them with US currency. Alright, school's out. We'll need another waste storage for the sports facility now, because I just demolished its waste storage. Sometimes feel I need several university degrees in civil engineering to play this game. From a city builder perspective, this game is great, but very niche. With its level of detail and complexity, like the water supply is a good example. In any other city builder, you place your pump, drag some pipes to where the water is needed. Here you have not only figure out the building materials for actually building the pump and the pipes, you also have to figure out what kind of pipe to build in terms of throughput. Well, those are things you'd get to when you want the complexity. Otherwise, you just place the largest building, you place the largest pump, pipe, whatever, and spend more material to not have to worry about it. But if you're thinking about optimization and also for your own like correctly finding everything, I like using the correct sized pipes pretty much for that reason. But it is technically not necessary. You can just max out everything and then run it with overhead. It's just gonna be like an issue when you hook up too much and you're wondering why the pipe doesn't have enough throughput, because down the line you run into throughput issues. And the construction materials is the other thing. If you build with not realistic mode, you can enable water but leave realistic mode off. And then you still have to figure out the water, but you don't have to worry about the building materials. The game does a lot. But yeah, definitely feels like that, because it is just system upon system upon system that you can dive into. And depending on, I mean, you need a lot of frustration resistance, I guess, to enjoy it, because it is not as smooth as City Skylines. And you need an inner desire to be able to want to learn more. Because if you want to like play like 3 hours and then want to have mastered every system, this game is not for you. You need a lot more time for that. Okay, time to set up the clockwise loop, I guess. That's pretty much it. And I'll give them correct names. This is the Donutity Harbor Workers Loop. Then we have the Donutity Central counterclockwise. Loop. And then the same one but clockwise. And then we have our 3 loops in the city that we need to manage. Make sure we have enough worker transportation to the harbor to make sure the heating plant stays staffed. And assign more trains where needed. Currently clockwise has 3 vehicles, counterclockwise 6, and harbor has 3. So I think the harbor definitely needs more. Fortunately that doesn't work. But I can assign it to one train and then copy it there. So now it should be 6. Six going harbor, 6 going counterclockwise, and just another 3 going clockwise, and we're set for the time being. There's more trams running around, I'm pretty sure, but I'll set them momentarily. This one, for example. Okay, sure, that works. Bit of a shortcut. I need to bring the rest of the trams in here. And split them up on the routes, and hopefully everything will work that way. One thing that's not set up right now is the repairs for the trams going around inside the city. For that I need to relocate the construction material storage. Alright, make your way in here. The only thing I wish workers and resources would copy from City Skylines is how the game handles cities and districts. I wish I could define the area myself instead of the game just creating a circle around the first building you place. You can, but they fight for each other. Like, you can place as many district markers as you want, and then they try to average out the districts basically. So, and when you have one placed, you can remove the other ones, so you can move them. A building has to be within a district, so you can't remove a district and then place a new one. But the ability to place name tags and districts gives you the ability to shift them around. I need a fire station somewhere here. That would be helpful. No, let's make this gravel. Actually, let's make it asphalt. It's construction materials, they should be protected in a way where fire vehicles, emergency services get there fast enough. Alright, that'll be the new delivery area for construction materials. We'll turn this off at that point to be able to relocate it. Rail construction vehicles should get on it. What about the road demolition? Is that one done? Yes, but it's a dirt road now, so we'll see what happens. Please be on this side, on the right side. Well, it kinda did that, but not for the footpaths, I guess. Alright, I guess I might have to like mess around with these. This one seems to be blocking it. Get rid of that footpath. Let me know when it's done. It's yesterday in game. True. It sort of is, yeah. Well, it is. Hello, apparently potatoes. So I don't know if I need more trams at the moment. Worker capacity here is quite high. Like, the rail construction office is what we're like basing that on. If that one is full, we have enough workers heading this way. And the tram capacity inside the settlement here looks fine too. I don't have a university in this area yet, and I don't plan to have one, I don't think. We're future gaming now. We certainly are. Need to make this space available to relocate the train depot and build a repair station here. And the end station for the trams is over there, so I don't have to worry about that. So, train depot for tram repairs, plus a repair station behind it, and a warehouse for material storage for the repairs. Now we'll see if it works. If it does, we can remove this repair station, which I would really like to do. And this loop should also be, we can remove that now. That one is obsolete. Okay, what will happen? Wrong side, wrong side. What if I place it here and then remove the dirt road again? Is it going based on majority? Like if I remove the other one now? Is it majority based? Like this is a longer section of road, so is this one gonna comply and flip towards its side? Of course not. Why would it? Alright, I'm done with this. I am so done with this. I'm not gonna tear up the road to fix its direction. This one we still need until we have a... I guess, yeah, we need the end station for... No, we still need a way to turn around here. I guess I could set up an end station. I'll have to see. Citizens' happiness down to 40% because of uneven street lamps. Yeah. I wish there was a button you could select this and flip it to make it move the other direction. Now we have a single lamp here that's on the other side. Oh well. It's a horror. It'll be fine. How's the police doing? Police is doing fine. I'm gonna increase the workers because we have way too many. I need more highly educated people though. I think, it's fine. It's based on arrival by tram. But yeah, the other trams need a way to balance, so I need to set up the end stations. One end station being placed here, as soon as the footpaths are gone. School is fine. You know what? We might... No, it's gonna be removed. I changed my mind. We're gonna place that in U at some point. I wanted to place a fire department. Yeah, I wanted to place a fire department here. In the future. I should have one. This one. Which probably is going to reach over there. But yeah, I guess I'll drop another one. It makes sense. Fire stations don't hurt. Make it asphalt. It's fine. And let me know when the construction is done. I think the setup with the prison running the heating plant saved us from collapse in the city. It gave us a lot of escaped prisoners, but at least it meant the heating lasted longer than it should have. Haven't watched since Steel was set up. What new industries have you gotten up and running? Hello, Skip. We have gotten a mechanical components factory. I mean, since Steel was set up, I guess that was quite a while ago. We've been mostly developing along a train track to a new construction sector, which is building up Donetiti. But new industry, I guess the only one we have is we mostly set up logistical things, like we're importing grain from the west by ship now. And exporting mechanical components that we're building over here. Planning to set up an oil refinery, feeding oil from a large oil field that makes up most of the area in between here, which we will have to pipe into the harbor. Then feed the resources to our republic and the access into the export harbor at that point. But yeah, most things have been of logistical nature. We are planning on setting up an oil refinery next. A lot of progress. Yes, we've been making quite a bit of progress. Not on the industrial side, but yeah, we'll get there. I don't know if this needs electricity, I don't think so. In any case, I will have to change the route now. That way. Hopefully the end station still works without electricity. It doesn't cause any problems right now. You go to the end station, show that it is fine. Looks fine. So, we have line balancing on that side. Time to set up the line balancing for the counterclockwise loop. Sorry, yeah, counterclockwise loop is correct. We will need electricity here. Otherwise the loading of construction materials is going to be really slow. It's also a temporary setup pretty much, until we figure out where to place it permanently. But a little bit of electricity to run the current buildings would be nice to have. Yep, that one's... okay, the road has been rebuilt. It's gonna get its meat delivery. And it can stop complaining. I would like to have the end station here too. Maybe on this side. Anything leaving the area could run through an end station on that side. And it doesn't need electricity, necessarily. I have another dumb question. What's the point of these end stations? Couldn't you just make the track loop onto itself? Yes, you can, but this means that the trams would be running as fast as possible and not leave enough room in between them. So you would get a bunch of trams that are bunched up together. The end stations spit them out in a regular interval and do the line spacing for you. Like when you select a vehicle route and you tell it to line space with the checkbox, they try to slow down to 30 kilometers an hour to have the precise gap necessary to make the line spacing work. With the end stations, instead what they do is they get sent out of the end station at the precise moment when they should,
and then they run the route at full speed as fast as they can, meaning that you don't have vehicles slowing down because of line spacing. So they are more efficient in that regard. That makes sense. Didn't know they did spacing like that. Yeah. You can space either dynamically, like the checkbox does on a route, or you can space even based on timing. If you set it to 50 seconds, you would get a vehicle in a reliable way at a stop to catch everyone. Right now our route is running 270 seconds, so we need 5 trams to make sure a tram arrives to get everyone from every stop, which is good, because that's what we're doing. And here on the counterclockwise route, we don't have the end station yet, so you can see that they bunch up and like arrive very close to each other. But once we have the end station, that will be fixed too. Construction materials are available. We'll unassign resource deliveries to the area. And once the train tracks have finished construction, we'll bring them to the new place. We'll let the storage run empty. And then slowly assign the construction offices to the new building. Hopefully get materials there soon. Then I'll relocate the train depot and see if we can set that up for tram repairs. I really hope it works. We can test it as soon as it's set up, because these trams do not go to the end station that currently runs the repairs. And if it works, we'll be fine. If it doesn't, then I'll have to move all of the end stations to this area around an existing repair station. But I think it will work. Why is no one building? What are we missing? Nothing. Are the trains being repaired? You're moving. And you're moving. I guess you just arrived back, so you're heading back out. Oh, or maybe you're moving back still. You are moving back still. It's quite the path, I guess, to turn around. I could throw other things in here for export if I wanted to. Could throw in excess alcohol, for example. Food would be kind of bad. I guess chemicals could work. They're kind of profitable. But we're exporting stuff to the west. They don't really want finished goods from us. They would much rather have like raw resources that they can then turn themselves into finished goods instead. I have not built a monument here yet. I was wanting I wanted to wait until all the construction tasks were done. So I'll place one. Steel, prefab panels, bricks and boards. That way, I guess. I also have to switch over all the routes to pick up from the new storage before I demolish it. Hopefully I don't have to move the temporary rail distribution office. Don't know where to place that yet. Let's put these construction tasks onto low priority because they're not that urgent. They can finish them at some point. Doesn't have to be fast. Alright, we'll have a rail connection now. Can't do the deliveries yet, both of them have to be hooked up. But maybe they can build that in one go. That would be nice. "22 workdays sounds manageable. Food storage is full, meaning that the food factory now has stopped working, which is good, because then the excess crops go into the meat production. But yeah, we're very close to like requiring a second grain train, and at that point it's gonna be how do we make sure not to cause a traffic jam from arriving grain trains here? They can't be parking on the outside. I guess they would have to park somewhere along this side. Make the grain trains run through like a section of track on that end. Can't do that because then they would be parking over the road. I guess we could make them wait out here, but they're not arriving that direction because there's no way to turn in here. I didn't want to do that. Which means I would have to redo the tunnel. Currently everyone can get in and out of this area through this junction, I guess, so a reworking of the tunnel wouldn't be out of the question. It would just be a lot of work and a lot of construction waste. I don't know. That seems... Oh wait, we can put a parking track here without reworking the tunnel, because I can make them go into the parking track and then reversing on it and then going back out. Because they can reverse in place. So we could basically put a yard here That would be kind of interesting. I haven't done that yet. I mean, I have made rail yards, but not one where they just turn around in place, I guess. Something like that. So the train would move in and turn around. So there's always room for one train to park in either the harbor, the grain silo, or on this piece of track. Meaning there should be no train orphaned somewhere, which would double our grain production capacity. I think we can do that. Without a station, that is. Yeah. They just arrive here, going through the city. Wait, that's the wrong side. They still have to get there from the other side. They still have to move across here. So they arrive, go in, and then turn around and go back out, but yeah. That's kind of the idea. A little bit longer, just to make sure we have enough room to potentially place a signal here or a waypoint at the end of it. But yeah, we'll do that, and then we'll assemble another grain train and bring it to the area. They can build that. They have the trains here. Let me know when it's done. Should be good. Fire truck wise, in the urban area, I think a YAG is probably okay. I mean, the fast speed is really nice, I guess. How do you get them to reverse direction on the track? I'll place a waypoint at the end and tell it to go to the waypoint. And then after it has gone to the waypoint, it can reverse on it. We're out of rubles right now. Oil refinery. Let's go. The waypoint acts as a station. Yeah. Basically. That's the plan. This is slightly unfortunate. I need to move the signal back here. There. Now it works correctly again. Means I also need a new locomotive. I mean, I could use this one, I guess. Just worried about it not refueling sufficiently. We'll be parking the train on a hill section, which is not great, but it needs to be as close as possible to the silo, because it needs to basically be all the way chain signals to there, otherwise it's not gonna work. I guess the other option would be to park it somewhere like on this side of the track with a tunnel. We could park it in a tunnel, like one tunnel per train, just run it over here into the mountain and then just stop it, turn around and then wait. Oh my god, am I gonna do that instead? Maybe later. This is gonna be easier and faster to build, but a tunnel parking space for trains sounds kinda cool. Although quite laborious, I guess. So yeah, I could bring the train in here, park it, and then it would be leaving again this way. Let's hope the brakes on that parking train are well maintained. Yes, let's hope. It's gonna be quite important. I also need more money. Those electronic imports are rough. I assume they're electronic imports. Yep, 16.8 million. I think I'm going to turn off electronic imports for now. We need them to keep our like loyalty high, but we have a lot of it in storage. A lot of it. We have 13 tons in storage in Sovskoy, and we're importing almost 100 tons per year. Maybe I can sneak a train from a rail distribution office that doesn't need it anymore. You're not busy right now. Congratulations, you're gonna run our new grain train. It's probably fine to steal you. I'll move the other locomotive into the rail distribution office. That will be fine. And then I need money to buy the train cars. We need to wait until loaded at the customs house. You're not going to leave until you're full on fuel and bitumen. There's a steel export. How many train cars do I need for the grain train? We are running 46 train cars, so I need to buy 45 more. Which is where our money is going to go now. Bring it from the customs house to the train depot. It's so expensive. This will also shorten the distance for the train quite a bit, because it doesn't have to run through the city anymore. It can just do a right-hand turn at the junction, because then it runs up the hill and then back out. Another 30 train cars. I am so close to starting to take loans again. I kind of feel like we should. We've been running without loans for a while. It's fine. Couple more. There we go. That's enough train cars. We'll get a second green train set up, which probably means I have to take out loans to get another ship too. Man, the last cities are growing so much in proportion, but it's nice how to build them like piece by piece instead of like everything at once. I don't think I would be able to do that otherwise. I mean, Mega City 1 was a good showcase of that. Couldn't really have planned that out start to finish. And now we're back to loan payments, where we're getting penalty payments if we don't have enough money in storage. My loan capacity is almost 1 billion, 900 million. That's a lot of click of the buttons, which is not going to be great, but it is free money. I wish there was a way to like assign all of the train cars that are currently free to a train. Okay. A bit more. And you'll have to wait for the line to be ready to hold another train, because I'm not going to risk it otherwise. And I think later on we'll switch it to train storage like next to the rail distribution office. We'll park them like here, I think. And extend the train storage into a tunnel per train. Basically, we're going to make our own rail yard that is not in a distribution office. Okay, 442 meters, perfect. Now we just wait for the train track to be constructed, and then we'll throw the train on it. Short term. So how long is this train from, let's say, yeah, here. 150 meters, 200 meters. So the tunnel needs to be 250 meters long to hold the rest of the train. Which is about here. The problem with the tunnel is that it needs a waypoint at the end of it. So the idea would be... oh, I'd remove the waypoint. Right. Okay, let's do that again. Also probably need to raise the terrain up a little bit. Make the tunnel look nice and tidy. Let's throw 260 meters. Rail tunnel through the mountain? No. It's just a parking space, it's fine. Just parking. I wonder if that'll work. I want to build it and try it. Means I have to bring the tunnel boring machine to this area. Which is gonna be okay. And then yeah, maybe another ship will be necessary. I mean, it would be the next upgrade at that point, I guess. Oil refinery done. So I guess these storage tanks are gonna be... I think we're just gonna produce fuel and bitumen for export through these storage tanks, so they're not gonna be oil, they're gonna be fuel and bitumen. And we'll have to probably store more bitumen than fuel. But also make sure we only pump the excess into these storage tanks. So I will need an oil refinery with pumps that then pump it into local distribution, which has to go into the rail network for trains to pick fuel up. Maybe even a rail distribution office to handle the fuel distribution. Oh god, I knew I didn't want to do that, but yeah, it's gonna be more rework. We're making more money. An oil refinery will be very, very profitable. And we could be exporting oil and fuel and bitumen to the east too, by train. But this will require us to run... well, will it? We could be importing oil and then exporting fuel and bitumen before we hook up the oil field. I guess. So, output upper side, probably have a road between the two tanks to get to it. Run a pumping station that brings it into the inputs for the tanks. Maybe the pumping station out here. We only need a single... well, I guess I'm gonna hook up 2 pumping stations because we need one leading into the 2 storage tanks for the fuel. Sorry, bitumen. And then 1 for domestic bitumen consumption, and then the second pumping station, 2 for domestic fuel storage and 1 for the export. And all of that needs to be hooked up to a train station, a pumping station, plus the rail distribution office, which then will use tunnels to get back onto the rail network to go out into the Republic and distribute it. And other trains will be able to just go here and also pick up fuel, like the train that brings it to Donetiti, which usually parks here. Can just go around into the harbor and picks it up from there, instead of going to the border. That would be fine. But if we do that, then a single rail distribution office would... like, the train would also be obsolete because we could run it with a rail distribution office delivery. Train tracks are ready. Delivery. Construction materials. Steel, prefab, bricks and boards, just in case something happens with the assigned resources up to 50%. Well, do a delivery if it's less than 50% and bring as many as you can. It's gonna send out a lot of trains once they're ready. They are all busy at the moment. I will assign them to the new storage once they run out here. You know, you're allowed to load from here if you want to. You can load materials from this. I'm okay with that. Load them from there, bring them to the other storage. You're gonna have to take a bit of a detour because there's no easy way for you to turn around here, I guess. Bring the resources and then turn around in Sovskoye? No, that's not okay. We need a corner here. So we can get back to the distribution office. some point I'll also have to define where the road actually goes, because it was supposed to go through here towards Tosma. Heading past along the hillside here some way. Through road tunnels and everything. Guess we could place it like this, with the aforementioned road between the two storage tanks. Pumping station from an output. Well, I need 2 pumping stations, like I said. We have our output pipes. And they would be split between domestic consumption and export. Splitting pumps. Idea would be, well, the first one is bitumen, which is going to be the majority of stuff we're going to have to export. So that would be bitumen, with the priority going towards the other output, which would head towards the domestic storage. And the same thing for fuel, except there's only going to be 1 tank for export, different pumping stations, and 2 for domestic consumption. But that's pretty much it. I kind of like this pipe looking like that, so I'm gonna leave it. But I can't use this above ground pipe because that's going to get in the way of our road. So that one has to move, unfortunately. That one has to stay underground. Alright game, leave me alone. 100 million. Minus 38, temperature here is a bit low. Yeah, it's too low. We need another heating option. This one's also struggling to maintain over 13 degrees. That's unfortunate. This one is okay. But back here, or up here, I guess we need another heat exchanger. This one is too far away. We'll probably have to replace this one with a proper heating plant connection before we can move people into it. I'm not going to increase the amount of workers inside this heating plant, which is just going to cause pollution issues. Like, excessive pollution issues, that would be too much. Currently we don't have those. Okay, you, end station. There. Then I guess only the load command here. Shouldn't really be seeing any more problems now that the line spacing is in place. At least like from a worker transportation standpoint. Hopefully we're not going to have any more escapes. Unless something goes wrong with the electricity. I'm building up a lot of stuff without building up a new power plant, I guess. I also need a power plant back here. That is the other thing we need. This one is not in range of water, sewage, electricity, or heating as well. So the sewage pipe will have to be extended. Train track is done. Place a waypoint at the end of it. And do a test run. From the grain storage. Yeah, I guess when you leave the grain storage you still have to run around because I'm not running you back through here. From the grain storage back here and then around, I think we'll change that. Let's see. Oh, I guess we also have the refueling station as a parking station for you, so that could have also worked, that we park them out here. But no, it doesn't quite work that way. Because they would just go back onto the train track and block it somewhere else. So after the grain storage, from the grain storage at the harbor, you go to this waypoint, then you unload. After you have unloaded, I think then you're gonna refuel. So then you're gonna go here. and then you'll go back to the harbor. So now I want you to run the waypoint to show me that it works. And I'll also start the other train. Cylinder cocks open. Way too long. Two left-hand turns here is not great, but it's the only way I saw it be possible. We'll change it once this is up. But yeah, that should work, hopefully. If I gave it enough space. Then it flips around and it just exits back and goes to the unloading for the grain. Meaning that we have a parking space for a grain train that doesn't get in the way. And this will be the replacement for it once it's ready. Okay, that works. We have two trains hauling grain now. The resource storage is here almost empty, but I haven't gotten an empty board warning message for some reason. Messages. Urgent custom notifications. Strange. Well, boards are now being picked up from here. Construction office, dumper, maintenance, mixers, roadworks, workers. Yeah, seems fine. So only the two maintenance construction offices haul open hull goods and covered hull goods. I don't have a dedicated construction office otherwise. Prefab panels also needs to be changed. There's a warning message, very nice. We'll took care of prefab panels and boards, steel and bricks will hopefully run out soon. I mean, I might throw away the bricks and the steel. We're making both of them ourselves, like I don't think it's urgent to keep them. What is, however, urgent is to make sure we relocate the other routes to pick up from the new storage. And yeah, we'll just kick these away. Get this thing demolished, make room. Relocate the train depot. One thing I just realized, the train depot will stay because it has the nice train connection. This is where incoming trams will basically be delivered. I'm not going to change this. Otherwise I would have to run a... I guess I might be able to run a rail connection over there. I don't know yet. I don't really want to. Okay, if you arrive here with workers, you should unload them. Just to make sure they don't run into unemployment, I guess. Not quite sure about that pipe connection yet. I think it's set up correctly, but I'll wait until everything else is in place. I am tempted to bring oil here by train. Oil price has dropped significantly. Even oil export by ruble would be terrible. I mean, if we hook up a train, I guess I could bring in the oil from the other oil field that we have. Bring it from here. I just need an unloading station. Just. It would have to be somewhere in this area, probably behind the oil refinery, and then just run the trains back here. I guess we could place it somewhere on this side. It would be probably run by rail distribution office, bringing the oil to the area and transporting it away. Especially if we switch over to an oil field. This temporary direct route setup of trains they're only 190 meters. They would all go into a rail distribution office, I think. Until they become obsolete and they only need to run fuel distribution throughout the Republic. The station has a length of 119 meters, so not a lot of extra track is necessary. And later on, yeah, just distribution. We will need a way to unload into the storage tanks, where also the oil field will deliver into. So the train is probably going to go over the road. Which for an industrial area sounds fine to me. I mean, a lot of this area would be flattened away once we are done with like setting up the proper rail construction office. I haven't gotten to that yet though. And we also need a new tunnel that basically comes out somewhere here. Runs across the road into the pumping station. Could import oil by boat from the west. Via the pumping harbor, I could just pump oil straight into the refinery and then export it. The excess, instead of using a train connection. Oh my god, we already ran through like almost half of our 100 million that I just took out. Great. I'm gonna have to click that loan button so many times. We'll need to demolish the train tracks. They also need to be removed. Yeah, I guess we'll remove also the long section of track, so the train doesn't stay parked too long on the normal construction area. That's okay. I don't want it to be parked here and remove the whole track. It would take too long and block all the other trains. This way it can at least move. Well, it's still gonna be in the way. Never mind. Okay, train depot for tram repairs. Back here. With a repair station and a warehouse for the resources behind it. I will not have to demolish the temporary rail distribution office, and on the plus side, it's even going to get some repairs while it's running. And yes, maybe we can run the train line over here instead in the future, but I don't see that as a necessity. We will just have another train depot in the area. That will be fine. You're bringing mechanical components to Sovskoye, very nice. A little bit of excess gravel. Alright, and remove the last section of train track, which is gonna take a while. Actually not as much anymore, because we have the worker deliveries to the rail construction office fixed. I don't need that footpath right now. I can walk on this road instead. That'll be fine. And for waste storage, we'll just drop one here. That'll be fine too. We have run out of gravel. Excuse me? Oh, we've been building so much that I guess we ran out of gravel. Interesting. Did I buy the fire trucks? I didn't have money at that time. I did not. Only fill the rail construction office up to 50% now. Resources are very close by. We don't need to overfill it anymore. Okay. Demolition done. Ships are going to be so expensive, but since I'm in a loan taking spree, I'll get an oil tanker. Maybe two. Probably two. One to import oil for now, and one to export fuel and or bitumen. And maybe that extra grain ship too, although that one doesn't seem to be necessary just yet. And I also need a ship to import electronics. I could set up a cluster of rail distribution offices so they're all in the same area. Then they go up here and run where they need to go. I was thinking of having the rail distribution office in this side, right behind the pumping harbor, which I think makes more sense. How much does a Western oil tanker cost? I don't know. But there's no Western tanker that is going to work, because they're all too modern, I think. I think the eastern ones still teleport through the bridge, if I had to take a guess. If they don't do that anymore, then our ship idea is going to be running into some problems. And later on, if I want to have the end station, I guess I can place an end station on that side once the I can place it right now. If I turn this into a tram road. The idea was this end station to be there for the worker deliveries for the harbor. If the whole repair station setup doesn't work, we need 2 end stations then here, but I think it'll work. Well, that remains to be seen. Your end station is obsolete. Your new end station is this one. Means that no one goes through this end station anymore. Means that this repair station is done. There's 4 trams in a depot right now that still have this assigned as a route, but they're not running. Start of the 3rd month, no escapes so far. Very good. I haven't looked at our other prisons yet. I should, like, in a while, I should probably do that. See how they are doing. Bugodonsk, no escapes. Sovskoy, 1 escape. They're doing fine. They're set up more in the urban area. But yeah, it's okay. I could set up a temporary heating plant to heat this, or like the future proper heating plant next to the next tram stop maybe, to run a heating pipe over there. Should be 500 meters away from the other heating plant. I wouldn't have any electricity at the moment. If I place it a little bit further, it'll have temporary electricity. That looks good. No water, sewage. I don't know. We don't need the extra workers right now. I mean, the oil refinery will want them for sure. And if I get the ships bringing in oil and exporting fuel and bitumen already, then we could run the refinery right this instant with just imported resources until the rest is set up. Come on, distribute your road cranes more evenly. Unbelievable. Yeah, then I could run this with a harbor instead. I think it should still make a profit even if we're using Western goods. It's not gonna help us much with the ruble situation, but we then have the time to set up the pumping train station, rail distribution office, and run the domestic trains for the resources. I am wondering if I should bring the road up on to the next elevation and just let the trains go into the mountainside here, because I think oil, fuel, and bitumen trains might be a little bit more frequent. I guess I could also let the trains come out this way, and we just have the pumping harbor, the pumping train station here, with the trains exiting from a tunnel on this end, right next to where the road is supposed to go. No, it would still get in the way of the road because it would loop around here and block everything. Unless I bring the tunnel out like out of the middle of nowhere, it would still get in the way. I think bringing the road up onto an elevated area to let the trains enter here might be okay. So the trains would come out this way, the road would head up onto this slope. Leading into pumping station, leading into the rail distribution office. Replacing everything with rail distribution office trains. That's a building. And an unfortunate road connection. So somewhere like this, I guess? Yeah. We'll probably raise the terrain up here to give it space. There's nothing I need down there anyway. Let's use the airfield trick. Doesn't like being that close to the oil refinery with the airfield trick because it can't launch any aircraft that way. I need more bulldozers. It's taking too long. I'm getting... Oh! Sovskoy has run out of food. That is... emergency situation. Why have you run out of food? What's happened to the train? Is it undergoing maintenance? Traffic jam. Normally you run out of like... Oh, did we mess up? You can't go in there, but... Oh, okay. Yes, I see. I messed up. I still have the setup here from when the construction trains were running. The two little train tracks. Definitely not correct. Alright, now it should be fixed. Food deliveries arrive here by truck too, so it's not critical right away, but yeah, we need to rely on the train deliveries. Problem was having another small block in front where construction trains were able to turn around. That is now resolved. Okay. So, rail distribution office up here on the hillside. I got distracted. I want to bring bulldozers to the area. I think I have a ton of them. I mean, like 8 more would be sufficient. Don't the commercial, don't hit the heating. Commercial maybe? Yes. What's going on? We have no road connection? I am confused. I placed the wrong building. And that crashed the game. Great. Hello, Victor Cax. Welcome. So, yeah. Need to place a road depot instead of a technical service, then it will work. But I also have to take a break soon. I need to get some food, and it's been 6 hours. It's good to be back in workers and resources, that's for sure. Yeah, food break. Yeah. I mean, it would be workers and resources for today. But there might be more workers and resources either tomorrow, Monday, or like before next Saturday, let's put it that way. There's so many games. Or, I guess the more correct way to say it would be, I'm spending too much time in games I like. I need a police station here. Maybe a police station next to the heating plant would be sufficient, but we can also set up a heating plant and a police station in here. Wouldn't be the end of the world. So, an easy way to get oil in here would be to directly pump them in from the harbor. And then we could run that all by ship. As a connection. Then we get a tanker, import oil from the west and make fuel and export it. Which is not going to do anything for us for our US currency, but like I said, it'll give us time setting up the oil field until we switch over to like no more oil imports. But for now, with these low oil prices, I'm like fine. It would be cheaper to import from rubles, like It's very cheap in US dollars, but it's much, much cheaper in rubles because of the inflation. If we compare that to, for example, plastics, factor 10. So the ruble price should be like even higher than that, 10 times higher. But it isn't. Unfortunately, I can't get to the eastern border with my ships. Because the bridge got built with too narrow gaps in the rail bridge, and it seems like it hasn't been fixed yet. At least I believe it hasn't. Because when I draw it... Come on, give me a copy of the rail bridge. It looks like it has the same gap as before. And these are too narrow. If I build it... Yes. Pillar width, 21 meters. When it should have a pillar width of 39 meters. So currently there's no ship that can pass through there from the early start. I mean, maybe the tanker can pass through, I don't know. If the tanker can pass through, then we can import from the east and export to the west, or also export back to the east. I haven't looked at the tanker yet, I guess. Maybe that one will work. Oh yeah, that one works. That one can go to the east, it's only 18 meters. Alright, let's take out a couple loans. And get a tanker or two. Let's get one tanker for now. That one also teleported here. I hope it can go to the east. That's my hope. I mean, I can select it, I guess, and... Which way was it? Oh, it will give you the warning when it can't go there, so we'll have to wait. Go here, load fuel or bitumen, whatever. I mean, I should alternate, like fuel, then bitumen, then fuel. And then go to the eastern border to export fuel or bitumen. Load oil. And here, wait until unloaded oil. And wait until loaded for oil. Oil is so cheap now. Exporting oil to the east will not make much profit anymore. 13 million. Sounds like a lot. It is not nothing, but yeah, it's not that much. Not compared to our electronic imports. Less than 10 times the amount. As opposed to spending the times in games you dislike. I prefer the first as well. It's more about spending time in games where I don't know if I like them yet. Like, it's about like finding new games that could be a replacement to Workers and Resources eventually. We are not doing that. I hope this will be able to go to the east. It needs to. I'll probably buy another tanker, because the trip to the east is also quite far. Further than the west. Nope, it doesn't like it. The bridge is too narrow. I'm annoyed. Well, then I guess we're going to the west instead. Don't tell me you're too white for this too. I have other ships going through here, you know? No, I think it's still confused trying to get to the eastern side. Alright. Go to the border now. The east needs to go find their own oil. I mean, they're getting oil via trains, and I guess we could run fuel and bitumen exports by train instead of by ship. No, don't go there. Okay, you're turning around, good. What about mechanical components? Should be run by rail distribution. Maybe the traffic jam was causing problems. Food being brought here. Donutity, you're busy. You're bringing mechanical components to Sovskoy. Yeah, it's all busy. The traffic jam caused a bit of a backlog in tasks, so just have to wait. I'm tempted to employ a snowplow here, just so this harbor doesn't burn down. But I also don't want to, because we haven't been doing it until now. The bulldozers are here, still very slow. Guess we'll do it piece by piece, and we'll go faster. I mean, if I extend the flattening area, it probably also goes faster. Rail distribution aligned with this road, just up on the hill. It'll need water, it'll need coal. And then it sends trains out into the loading station, the pumping station, to in the future distribute fuel and bitumen in the Republic. I'll have to give it more space. There's a lot of warning messages popping up. Where are the grain trains? Both of them heading this way, just delayed. I think I clicked away a coal storage that was running into space problems. Hopefully I didn't. That might have been gravel again. Yeah, it was gravel. It just looked like a coal storage because the icon has coal in it. I don't know, I think we can have the rail distribution office be fairly close. I'll still stick by the idea that one lane's for import, one's for export, even if we aren't really importing anything here anymore. It'll still be set up that way. And then we can merge this back into a single train track on the other side and run it into a tunnel, making sure we give it 160 meters off of the signal here, the incoming signal. So up until this point. Then I also need to give it space out here, otherwise it can't send out multiple trains. I mean, the majority of like topics is like, yeah, sending trains out of the distribution office and loading them for transport. I need that space out both sides. With the station being 120-ish meters, 119. Need an extra 40 meters each side. And then they can merge, and the same thing has to happen over here too. I said 40 meters, not 50. $45. Gives it enough space. So we can feed 2 trains for loading. I'll stop being slowed down by that. Still need the storages to hold the resources for domestic pickup. 1 for bitumen pretty much, and then 2 for fuel. And I guess we can find a place where we put them. Hello, I'm back from my power nap. What are you building? Oil refinery. And the accompanying rail distribution office that will distribute fuel and bitumen in our republic. Uh-oh. People are dying because... why? Why are you doing a left-hand turn? Oh, you went to refuel and then you want to go in here. But why are you blocked? What? Oh, there's another train waiting. And that one wants to go to the customs house. Yeah, you were not allowed to do that move, like... Bad train. Not allowed to go into that way. We'll change the signal. I guess that's the reason why we also haven't made any money in a while. Step train is stuck. Ugh. Don't you start. So that's another traffic jam, which is going to make Sovskoy experience even more shortages, isn't it? Well, food is present, but slowly. I wonder if I should set up a grocer right next to the food factory, so if there's a shortage, they can just go into the cableway station and go into... and get food that way. That would be funny. Just have a grocer out here. A grocery kiosk that's going to be massively overloaded at that point. I mean, everything else is here, why not, right? And then the local trucks could theoretically... well, the food is being brought there directly. But the meat distribution would just bring it over here too every now and then. And food would have to be brought over by a single truck, I guess. That's such a silly idea. But why not? It's gonna give people something to do. Visit a grocer right next to the food factory. By cableway. Let me know when that one is done, otherwise I'll forget about it. And we're almost out of money again. Okay, do not wait until loaded for oil. Just come back with whatever you have and we'll turn it into fuel. And then when you go back, we'll probably have more for you. What's going on with the workers now? Do we need more trams? I don't think so. What's the deepest in debt you've ever gotten? I don't know. Not that much, I don't think. I usually don't play that long. And when I do, then I usually have an industry that is so profitable that it doesn't become a problem. Buying food? No, we're not buying food. I still need the fuel storage. I mean, this is all domestic. We need a storage for fuel, too. And then we need a storage bitumen. Bring that all through a single pumping station into the hub, into the... Do I do that? No, I think I'm gonna connect them directly. Because then the distribution office knows how much is actually inside these storage tanks. Yeah. That way I don't have to worry about it. We just have to worry about getting the resources into the storage tanks. Now this pumping station is bitumen. I'll have one that runs fuel, and I guess the bitumen will be the furthest tank for now. Something like this. This is the way I'm planning it right now is looking absolutely chaotic. I'm sure Sovska is fine. Second pumping station. Into a single storage tank for export, and then 2 storage tanks for domestic use. Oh, why do you snap to incorrect snapping points? Not cool. Okay. It's our domestic 2 fuel tanks. That's gonna be the bitumen tank. And then these are our export tanks. 2 for bitumen, 1 for fuel, because we don't have that much bitumen demand. And we're not exporting oil anymore. That plan has changed. Alright, that should be everything, I think. The temporary pipeline for the oil import will be changed at some point once we have our oil field hooked up, but for now it's going to mean that the oil refinery can start working quicker. More quickly. General concept for the road I think is fine. Has to be flattened properly, but we can do that after the train tunnels are in place, and yeah, I think they'll just come out on that side. Will be built by the rail construction office. We need 2 connections, so 2 tunnels only. And the train tracks have to merge into that. None of these connected. What the hell happened? Where's my other connection point? There it is. Autosave did that, I think. There we go. Can just see the guys in the construction office scratching their heads over all that piping. Yeah. But if they wanted less piping, they should have allowed me to build in an area that wasn't right up against a mountain. Not my fault. Okay. Send some road cranes to the refinery. I should just get a construction office that is full of road cranes. I thought 4 total would be enough. It was 7% happiness. I sure did. No water. No water. So maybe the traffic jam in Sovskoye also prevented water from being transported? Let's check. Happiness real quick. Yeah, Sovskoye is significantly affected by low happiness. Everything else is fine. It's just Sovskoye. Water is back, so it was a traffic jam issue. The water's running again. Not sure why. What are you going to? Water substation. I guess the nearby villages also come here to pick up. New question, where's the unpause build button that you can swipe with? If you click the plus in the bottom here, these 2 buttons. Batch start construction and batch suspend construction, and I've mapped them as a hotkey. You're welcome. So yeah, they were quite thirsty, but I think the issue of the low happiness should be resolved. Unless of course the radio station doesn't work anymore because everyone's too unhappy. Nope, they still have plenty of loyalty. That's good. But for now, I'm gonna have to call it. Oil tanker has arrived, it's waiting to unload. I don't know if the grain imports are still running. They need to, technically. It is heading to beyond the borders, but it doesn't have any mechanical components to export. That's not good. We're not producing enough, so we're not importing any grain at the moment. Okay, wait until loaded in the grain silo. And you should be heading back because you don't have any US currency, you can't buy anything at the moment. One more. How do you clear a command in the upper control bar? You click it and either drag a new one in, or you click the plus here and then you can select it and hit the clear button. The plus button allows you to clear it. Otherwise you don't see that option. You're welcome. But yeah, I'm gonna call it here for now. I'm hungry. We're extending our harbor. I think it looks nice. We'll set up the oil refinery, which will then in turn allow train deliveries of oil from our current oil field at the construction sector, and in the future the pumping of oil directly via pipeline past Donetiti into it. It's going to take care of our US currency demand, which is currently handling our grain imports, but I will have to make some adjustments because we're currently not exporting enough mechanical components. Well, we turned most of it into oil. Once this is running and we turn it into fuel and bitumen, at that point we should be able to afford enough grain because the oil, fuel, bitumen cycle should be profitable in and of itself. But until then we have to make sure that we keep enough grain around to feed our people because some of them are quite unhappy. So yeah, like I was saying, thank you very much for watching, hope you enjoyed the stream. Let's see if there's anyone else streaming workers and resources that we could rate to. That is in English. There's one streamer in English. Let me take a look. A bear, apparently.
Yes. Perfect.
Alright, we're going to raid over to Bear Care 101. Hopefully it's going to be a good raid, but I can't promise it. If you want to stick around to watch more workers and resources, please do. If not, that is absolutely fine too. I wish you all a good rest to your Saturday. I might be back later today, I'm not 100% sure yet. I might also play some armor. Not clear. But yeah, more workers and resources if you want to stick around for the raid. Take care everyone, all the best, and maybe I'll see you next time.